Okay, we're back with more Final Fantasy 13-2, a game which I don't hate with the fire of 1,000 suns, so far anyway. Let's see if it keeps up its reasonable quality so far.
Final Fantasy 13-2, the story so far.
Oh, that's helpful.
Kobo! We have to figure out the labyrinth.
It's not really a
You'll
story.
be
But...
sure to arrive in the future you want. This must be the eclipse.
You know what this is?
Like the voice acting was like reasonably volumed in that. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I'm done-ish here. I suppose I'll go to the next one. Obviously, there's still more stuff to do, but I think I need more progress to do them. So we'll try.
Even as upheavals transform the world of man, nature tirelessly weaves her tapestry.
Wasn't a very helpful recap.
The sunlit waterscape survives amidst the decaying cities of Cocoon. This was once a protected wilderness zone, and even without the Falsi overseers, the landscape flourishes. Yet amidst the teeming growth, the seeds of destruction are being quietly sown.
This one's at least interestingly in the future. Like one of these things is not like the others, right? It's cool. I like the idea of there being some fucked up thing from the future that's being sent back in time to the other timelines. We'll get an explanation of what those are later. This still feels a little, for lack of a better word, Gaiden-y. When you have like a Gaiden story sequel to something, or like anime filler-y, but it's like so much more baseline competent that I don't care, and it's less bad than like Final Fantasy X-2.
It leaves fear in its wake. A fear that all too soon the time will come when you must bid farewell.
Seems like it's trying to tell its own interesting story, though.
Cannot help but long
I'm invested
for the
in
next encounter.
what's up with these people.
Humanity's great frailty. We prefer past happiness to future uncertainty.
It works because the events of Final Fantasy 13-1 appear to not matter at all, and that's great. It's really bad in 10-2.
This is what the end of the world looks like.
Oh, it's a really funny line. Some little apple slimes looking out of existence.
Are you going to destroy the planet?
I don't know. But if the world does end here, my future should never have happened. Which means there must be a way to stop them. So, what is it?
It's just a non-threatening thing.
Daughters of the sundered cocoon are sacrificed to beasts.
Both sequels to stories that don't need a sequel for opposite reasons.
The pillar crumbles to ashen sand and down to earth. The cocoon does fall.
What? What? Sarah. Sarah! Sarah!
This fucking guy.
Wait! Sarah! What's wrong? What did she see? Was it a vision? Does Sarah have the same power as you?
Just abandoned adult hope, I know, so I'll go back there after this. Landed there and left immediately.
But why? Why did she react the way she did? Wow. That is one gigantic monster.
No, is that really you?
God.
I can't believe it.
Sarah, am I dreaming again? Dream or not? Gotta get out of here.
What a cool new 300 years in the future costume. Is the Butt Rock song again? I'm probably gonna take a second to remember the combat. It's been a couple weeks. Now that it actually matters.
I'll give you a hand. No, I'll hold it off.
We only have room for 3 paradigms.
Kidding? Is Sarah watching? I don't think so. Come
Fine, we'll do it together.
Oh good, he's just here and helping. Okay. I don't hate that. Some attack. Royal Ripeness. I went to go switch, but I didn't do it in time. Cannot take this song seriously at all. I need to hold the commando longer, we'll see. Or, sentinel, I mean. It just really blows my mind how much better this combat feels than the first game. I forget what this input was.
Get close, I'll cover you. Don't be a fool. Come on, trust
Don't
me.
be a fool. Did that just replace my actual limit break there or whatever? Gotta do better at that. Looks like I was gonna learn my monsters more. Quivering round seems bad. We getting wounds now? Okay, good. Wound happening at about this stage of the fight seems about right. For now, it's like if you're not already winning, you need to change your strategy, right? That may have been worth blocking, I'm not sure. So strange that, like, the correct way to use Sentinel is to just block. It's basically a really complicated turn-based parry button. Finish him off. Nice.
This jelly bean's kicking me off. Come on.
What a line.
Together. Now.
repeatedly. Appreciate the damage numbers.
Got it.
Yay. So this is the end of the world. Oh, really? Okay. Felt like a good fight. I enjoyed it. This game does a much better job of like selling why you should use this system over just regular turn-based combat.
Let's go. Yeah. Hit it hard while it's down, you know. I mean, we get out of here. Look, that way.
I know I talked about wound. I think that's a big part of it. But it's even tutorialized better, I think.
Listen, hotheads who can't back down don't last long on this planet.
Not a hothead. I'm Snow.
Sometimes you gotta make a stand.
You're not listening to me. Humans aren't strong. They die easy.
Well, some of us are tougher than others. Anyway, thanks for the help. You got a name?
Yeah, right. What did that accomplish?
This is Noel. And
Did she
this
just
is
like
Snow.
lean into the shot to aim it?
It's on hold for now.
You know, somehow I didn't expect you to be such a hothead. All I hear is what a great guy Snow is. And look where you are, all the way in the future.
I'm sorry, who's the hothead? What were you thinking bringing Sarah out here?
Listen, Snow. Guess what, Lightning? I found Snow again.
What's
hasn't
he doing in the
changed a bit.
future?
Still as reckless as ever, still doing his own thing. To think I spent all that time worrying about him. Stupid me. Guess I'll never learn. And that's how we got here.
Now it's your turn. Why did you up and leave Sarah? What are you doing fighting here in the future?
You really want to know?
I asked, didn't I?
Lightning appeared in my dreams too. Can you believe it?
You saw lightning?
She told me I had to protect Cocoon, so I started jumping through time, checking things out.
You know, normal
I learned that
things.
the giant jelly bean back there knocks Cocoon down.
You mean the flan we just fought?
Uh-huh.
According to the stories I heard back in my own time,
The least threatening
Cocoon was
thing
brought
to
down
do
by
that.
war.
Well, there's more than just one cause. Did you see what it was doing, that flan? It's melting the crystal of the pillar, bit by bit.
But Vanille and Fang, they're inside it.
Yeah, so Cocoon starts to get unstable, people feel the tremors and begin to panic. Next thing you know, everyone's fighting each other.
It's consistent with what I know, sort of.
I can't believe lightning
Sort of.
appeared in your dreams as well. She told you to protect Cocoon's pillar. So she must want you to save Vanille and Fang.
Like I said, sometimes you gotta make a stand. I don't have a choice.
Yeah, right.
My mission is to stop that thing for good.
He just went down to Walmart, you know, picked up the time portal device. Not the one in the back, the one you can get like the checkout aisle that they have on the little front kiosk display there, in case you like want to travel through time while you're picking up snacks or something.
In any case, with Snow on our team, we can do anything, right? I bet we can even beat that giant flan.
Hey, Sarah. You're coming around to my way of thinking. Let's do it. Let's turn back and finish that jelly bean off once and for all.
Okay.
No. Have you forgotten already? We ran because it was too strong. None of this makes sense. There are thousands of flan appearing out of nowhere.
This
and
is kinda
confusing
dumb, but it's
creepy
okay.
beasts that shouldn't exist.
This feels more like a Final Fantasy X-2
Paradox?
sequence.
If it is, we'll need to do some traveling to fix it.
Which means you've got to find an artifact first.
Lightning, did you meet Snow in his dreams? Is there a reason why you can only talk to us when we sleep?
Normally I would
Snow
like
hasn't changed
assign
one
this to
bit,
be like, oh, they had
even
this
though
model of this
it's
giant
been
flan
years
monster.
since I last saw him.
So we got to come up with some way to use it.
Still as hot-headed as the
But I think
days
that's a new
gone by.
model. I don't think that was in the previous
So
game.
mad. But it's a relief, too. I've been caught up in the fate of the world for so long. It feels good to worry about the simple stuff. Being with Snow helped me forget about
Yeah,
what the future
that's
might hold.
puzzling. I don't know if I like Snow's haircut. He looks very much like what I was describing last episode is Nomura just wants to see his concept art put into 3D. That kind of a character, right? Like there's no emotion or intent behind it. He just wants to draw some cool guys, some cool boys, okay? Constructed from assets that were made for 13.1 and not used. That would make a lot of sense, yeah. We'll go with that. Whenever we see one of those, I'm going to call him a cool-looking boy.
Where are they all going to?
We follow him straight to the artifact.
Oh, maybe. It could happen. They may be drawn by the space-time disturbance. Let's find out.
Boy is spelled with an I. Sorry, I don't know my buttons again.
Hey, Mog, what's got your attention?
It must be that vine.
Giddy up.
Guess he's telling us we can use it to get across.
You got it. If we get stuck, just look for a vine.
Any character can be a cool-looking boy, including the lady with the short tie.
Hey, Noel. How old are you?
18?
Younger than me.
I guess so.
Showed this character to Andrea just to ruin her night.
I can't stand to even think about Flan. They're slimy and gooey and sticky and goopy. So gross. Hey there, I'll sell you some great stuff. So in return, I think you should take care of the giant Flan. You know what I mean by take care.
She let out a sigh that like flattened buildings in our neighborhood. Shit. I might try to buy the DLC stuff when the listed stats are comparable to the other things on offer. I don't know. Feels cheesy.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. And don't forget to take care of the Flan. You promise?
Yeah, so if they built that giant plan for the first game and didn't use it, that would make sense, because it's such a weird, like, an alternate future where the crystal pillar is being destroyed by weird goo monsters. Like, that definitely seems like if they were reusing a specific weird boss, if they're like reusing the Chocobo Eater model from Final Fantasy X, had to come up with a reason why we're fighting the Chocobo Eater again, right? It's like, he's gonna eat all the Chocobos, and then the world economy's gonna collapse. I don't fucking know.
End of the road. We have to turn back.
I guess it's fine, as long as they lean into it being a little silly, which they have
No
been.
way we can take that.
Hey, Fireball! Over here!
Don't encourage it.
Hey, big guy, we need to get through this valley. Mind giving us a ride?
I don't think it hurt you.
No answer. Guess I'll take that as a yes.
It'll swallow you whole.
Well, let's find out. Bouncy.
Is it angry?
Snow being here does not make any sense.
Hey, just had an itch.
I have a feeling that this is going to be Kingdom Hearts, and that each world we go to is going to be a character from the first game in a different scenario with a new costume. At least maybe it'll make me care about those characters. The menu of locations you can time portal to.
Can you check that out? Over there.
It's like the
Too far for me, Kupo.
Okay.
Colossus from Child of the Colossus with the teeth on its head.
Good idea. We can broaden our search radius.
Sarah, please! Save Mom, Kupo! Good luck.
What? The bonds of trust between you and your Moogle companion allow you to perform the Moogle throw. I love that. It's because of the bonds of trust. This wasn't possible before. Sure. That seems pretty straightforward. Got a Libra scope.
Good job.
This is a pretty silly mechanic, but I'm okay with it.
Cha-ching.
Hey, nice going.
Cha-ching.
And away.
Appreciate the big creature waiting for us to do this.
Hey, nice going, little guy.
I think he's in a good mood.
Maybe he's looking forward to the free lunch.
No worries. If he does attack, we'll think of something.
How have you even survived this one?
Something's up, Kupo.
You got this.
Okay.
How's this?
Left, left, right. Try to remember that in the future.
How's this? Scared yet? That's it.
Person who contributed the most to that fight. Let's see, monsters. Your commando. 8 bloomer. Can't see what those do, can I? I can guess. Stronger at higher levels, maybe. I think I want Sarah to be the leader. Used to that. Probably need to put some points into Sentinel, but it really doesn't feel super worth it. Ear siphon. Charge ATB gauge when attacking a staggered target. Ravager, though, is kind of not as great. Try to go for Firaga here, I guess. Got my ATB upgrade. I don't want the other rolls yet. Probably need them eventually, but I was hoping to fill them with monsters. Makes it so that you get more stagger, I think, right? It's the roll bonus for Ravager. What is Deathblow? Instantly slay targets with low HP. Okay. Hard to tell if that's worth it without knowing the exact numbers, but I feel like the accessory thing can probably wait until I have access to really good accessories. Boost strength and magic when HP is high. Try putting some points in the mini. The ones I have. Keep the ones I'm sitting on for now. Etchi can have some things here. Yay, Karasa.
Come on, Mog. Go, Mog.
Take your time. Wanting the X button to be attacked.
Now, everyone. All right.
I'll do. Ceratosaur. Hey, there's my Saboteur. Nice. It's droplets right now. Buy some of those from her. Hard to tell if that's a good use of money in this game.
I'm happy to sell you whatever you need, as long as you promise.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. And don't forget to take care of the flan. You promised.
Yes. Paradigm for this for the start of combat. Gauge, yes please, thank you. Slivers. Heavy Deep Protega is the next thing I learned at level 77. Good lord, okay. Disable enemy physical abilities, reduce enemy resistance, reduce physical resistance. Refreshing Rain, that's interesting. So that gives a Saboteur something to do, kind of a weak party heal when they run out of other things. So now I want... several of these I probably don't need. we don't need double command. Ravager, Commando. Oh, I need to like put it in my party, don't I? That's right. So, I like having triple commando. I like having more Ravagers. I could do slightly more than 3, but I guess I understand why I can't. Probably more important to have this than triple commando. I would like to actually open with this, get some debuffs in, and then switch to Ravager, Commando. I think that's probably fine. Might want Sentinel. Could be debuffing while I'm blocking. See how that works out. Okay, so I can't have a healer, a buffer, and a debuffer at the same time unless if I pick up those rolls with Sarah and Noel. So I'll try to work on that. Stagger doesn't seem super great on these guys, but they're usually dead by the time the meter fills.
Good work, everyone! The Flan are headed in that direction. Let's go.
I'll be completely fine if the story of this game is dog shit and just like the combat remains interesting. It's still interesting right now. I wouldn't characterize the story as dog shit, right? It's fine, I guess. I think any of those are swapping out. Assume debuffs work the same way as the first game, or there's just a low chance for them to land. It's still pretty annoying, I think. Where they won't open with Imperil. Imperil is like way stronger than Deep Protect, isn't it? Oh, even if the attack misses? I can't see wound on their health bar. Am I not supposed to be able to? Really struggling to land that attack there. Synergist still. Hey, there we go. Got one. Yeah, I'll do a Synergist, a Medic, and a Saboteur as my monster, I think. Let's see. Why does the computer not use it if it's way more efficient? Real easy to get turned around in this game.
Time to die.
So is Be Protect 2 inflicting wound? Because I don't see anything on their health bar. Supposed to like make part of their health bar go away, right? Instead of being red. See where it says wounded. Guess they just must resist it? Do I have to like Libra or something to get them to stop using an ineffective debuff? Seems like he was just wasting it constantly.
Too easy.
Frost and Thunder. Right. City. Try giving some Ravager points to Noelle. This is probably fine for now. So block the damage and buff, block the damage and debuff, block the damage and all varieties of damage, I guess. Okay, so it was happening, but it was an insignificant amount compared to their max health bar, is that right? Now it's doing it, Carol. I don't know why it wasn't before. That looks like it still isn't landing very often. I don't know if it needs like a roll boost or something to make it possible. Banero. Ravager. Can I see what some of those traits actually do somewhere? Remind me, what are the Synager and Saboteur roll bonuses? I can't even get in Frost, damn. I don't think I've seen whatever that thing is.
It's not working.
Let's go find an artifact.
Gotta find an artifact. Okay. So it seems like Saboteur one is way more important than the Synergist one. I don't know if these guys are just debuff immune. Can I still see that with a button somewhere? Looks like the back button doesn't do it. Appreciate that you level up the monsters with items that you collect instead of them leveling up based on their appearance in combat. It's a good decision, I think. Want that. So he just doesn't get commando abilities ever again? Interesting. Will he maybe get them again when I advance the Crystarium further, or is he done now? I guess that now is as good a time as I need to start working on Ravager abilities. I saw that a little too late, unfortunately. Yeah, I'd rather switch off. Given how long most battles actually last in practice, that's kind of the number I'm keeping in my head here. So are we done here then? I don't think I got anything meaningful. I can skip writing this. Guess there's still some items to get, maybe. Wild artifact. Okay. I think that's all that's here. Oh, there's... So, for the rest of the game, he's done with learning stuff from Commando. There's not going to be like a gate that I'm going to pass that has more abilities there or something. Fuck with him right now. There's a map button right there. It is. Okay. Beat the flan. Got one of the artifacts. I guess I'll just ride him back over. I guess I prefer that because it really felt like Final Fantasy 13-1 only made sense when you had a full set of abilities. Like, it only started to kind of make sense at the very, very end of the game. Giving you all their abilities early and the rest of it just being like math upgrades is fine, I guess. But it's still nice to get new stuff late game.
Nothing's happening.
Wrong artifact. Okay. I don't think there's anything else here. I wonder if their like ability to apply status effects is calibrated assuming that they have the sab boost upgrade. I've seen it land one deep protect after like probably dozens of casts.
Is that it?
That end, let me change this one to my default ones. our command here? Down, up. I feel like I should start writing those down. A lot of stuff to do. I see how this system eventually means that you need to make the two human characters able to do a wider variety of activities since you're so restricted on who you can have in your monster pack. I like that. Felt like the weird specializing... Oh, here we go. The weird specializing in Final Fantasy 13-1 was bad for the game. It wasn't clearly conveyed exactly how it worked. You just kind of had this stupid thing where the Crystarium was like pointless for half of the roles in the game.
So this is where they were all trying to get to.
Now we'll see what all the fuss was about.
Let's break up the party.
It also really felt like the first game meant that you wanted to pick like 3 characters to focus on. There's really no reason to use the whole cast. Here I feel like I'm incentivized to swap out monsters quite a lot, which is cool. Does Faith not affect Commando at all, or only if they're using magic attacks? Happens here. Which they rarely do, right?
Sorry.
I need at least one double commando thing. I'll probably do that instead of double sentinel plus saboteur.
Thank you, Mog.
He's a weird little critter. Looks like he stepped right out of Nautilus. Isn't it, fella?
Oh, I thought they both either did ruin or their attack based on the
What's that?
detected resistance of the enemy.
It's a place where people
Is that a
go
change into this
to go
game?
on rides and have fun. I guess you only have them when times are peaceful and prosperous.
I like
Not
where
when
you're from.
And where do you come from, anyway?
A place that doesn't have much in the way of fun or civilization. That's where I'm from.
Kind of reminds me of Vanille and Fang.
Yeah.
Come to think of it, he's a lot like him.
Really? How so?
They were born on Grand Pulse, just like you. Back then, on Cocoon, that was really unusual.
We have things in common.
I'll make sure to introduce him to you. One of these days.
For the gate. I think I'm backtracking. Wait, they still have inherent stats? I don't know how I feel about that. Kind of annoying. I missed an item to throw. weird choice Square's been making since Final Fantasy X. Entities are designed in such a way that it seems like you can do whatever you want with them, but inexplicably are specialized in one stat that requires you to actually only pick one role because they're really bad at the other one. Oh, leader change. Holy shit, well that's an improvement. I like that. Okay, well, you didn't say that it was because I'd put points into them. Like, do they have neutral points depending on where you level them, or is Sarah naturally predisposed towards being a Ravager, and Noelle is predisposed towards being a Commando? So nice to knock game over.
Nice. I got this.
Is that it?
That went well. Okay. Oh, the way you phrase it, it sounded like you were saying that this was just a feature of those characters and not the decisions I had made to this point, so it helps. Thank you. You really dropped synchronization value fast. I'm impressive, actually. You need to ride the Chocobo to do something here. Does the Chocobo have any, like, ability to access places other people can't? It's so weird to even give me a Chocobo here. It's like such a small area. Maybe it's like I'm supposed to get the Chocobo and then go back where I came? About getting into fights or something? I know that artifact goes to the other gate.
We have to do this. We can't afford to fail. If we don't find a way to defeat that Flan...
Okay.
Hey, don't get too wound up now. People start to make mistakes when they stress out too much. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Okay, let's do this.
If you want to try, be my guest.
What do you mean?
For every road, there's a different gate. If you try to use a gate that's meant for someone else, well... See?
Oh, that's why he can't come with us.
Snow can't come with
Yes, Sarah, yes.
Yep, he stays.
Oh no.
Guess I drew the short straw.
And don't you do anything foolish behind
How
our
do you get here
backs,
in the first
like
place? Whatever.
Trying to take on giant Flans single-handed.
That's right, he bought the time travel device from the Walmart checkout aisle.
You got it? I'm serious now.
I'll be good.
He grabbed some Tic Tacs and an artifact.
To business.
You're unknown.
upheavals.
There's still another gate I can go to here. Let me check. I might go back and talk to Goofy Adult Hope as well. I had the return of my SW scale OBS crash yesterday. It hasn't happened in like months, so in case I crash, I'll try to get reconnected quickly. Oh, this is the one gate that I could get to. Guessing the other one must be behind the plan. I kind of like that you can't kill it right away when you get here. It's nice. Yeah, Chrono Trigger is just like, only 3 people can go in a time portal for some reason. Like, well, can't like the other people then go through the time portal and catch up to us separately? Shut up. They live here now. It's fine.
Human society continues.
Yeah, because you try traveling with 4 people. Wonder if that implies that people get stuck there forever once the story is over.
Guests of yours, Director? Watch your step in there.
Thank you.
Isn't the Academy a research institute? Why do you need so many soldiers?
Without the Valsea around, we have to be able to protect ourselves. And that means guns.
The time distortions spawn hostile creatures. Until we can resolve the paradox, we need military force to repel threats. These armed patrols are essential for our safety.
I mean, maybe the implication is that only 3 people are allowed to exist outside of their intended time period at a time, rather than 3 people traveling together, right?
It's hard to believe it's
Like the timeline collapses or something, I don't know.
So much time has passed.
It's dumb bullshit to justify a game mechanic. Yeah, the Epoch only has 3 seats.
I wonder how Saz and Little Dodge are doing.
We've been out of touch. Saz took Dodge to live on Grand Pulse, and he was flying airships the last I heard. Then suddenly...
We'll meet him in a different timeline.
disappeared. I searched everywhere, but never found them.
You gotta have Aladdin World and Little Mermaid World and Saz World.
Yes. And I can't tell you how much it means
Yeah.
to have you here now.
I still love that scene in
Saz and
Looper.
Snow may have set off on different paths, but I've started to think that in the end, we're all headed towards the same goal.
Bruce Willis is like, I could like make a bunch of diagrams with straws and shit, but it doesn't matter. Here's how it works. And I'm like, thank you.
I'm glad to see you're doing well, Sarah.
This is some kind of ancient city, right?
The city of Padra, or so we believe. It was the center of a great kingdom built by a nation known as the Farseers.
The Farseers? You're telling me there used to be enough of them to build this entire town?
According to our research,
Great. Who the fuck are you and what are you talking about, Face from Hope there?
a polity that was ruled by a Cirrus.
Can you see me now? Standing here in this place?
So this nation, Padra, their leader was a Cirrus, right?
Yes. The Cirrus would read the fates, see the future, and guide her country.
Yule.
Sure did run up that ramp.
Here,
Thanks.
you've traveled through time.
Surprised Noel was like, hey, what the
Suppose
fuck?
it's not surprising you know about
I
this.
could use some help.
The power to rule was passed down from one Cirrus to the next. She was always called Yule.
If they could read time,
What is it with this
why did
game
they
and,
die
like,
out?
shuffling
Surely
the
they could see
vowels
future
around but
coming
pronouncing it the
and
same
do
way?
something to avoid it.
No, they were destroyed because they could see the future.
Why?
The Cirrus Yule foresaw the future destruction of this city. Some citizens wanted to try to avert the disaster. Others felt that they should simply abandon their
Shouldn't
homes
Noel?
and
Shouldn't it
run.
be Noel, not Noel?
A
Like,
few
because it would
fell
be
into
no
despair
Edu in
and took their own lives.
Japanese, right?
The divided populace clashed. The nation was torn apart by civil war.
Being able to see the future is awfully dangerous. It can mess with people's heads.
Tell me about it. The nation fell apart, and the survivors fled into the wildlands, avoiding contact with others.
Huh. So you know the story.
Oh! Come on, Director Hope! I want to show them! It's okay to show them, isn't it?
This way. Here. This is what lies at the heart of our paradox. The Oracle Drive. We've been giving it careful study.
But how did you...
Wait. You know of these devices?
Oh, well, yeah. I've heard of them. In books and stuff.
Just tell him. Why don't you just tell
The
him?
Oracle Drive appears to be some kind of recording apparatus from ancient times. We've excavated a number of the devices. However, the recordings depict things that cannot be possible. Perhaps you should see for yourselves.
This is how it
Slurring
works.
their speech. Sure. No schwa. Oh, so is his name in Japanese Noru? No Eru?
The device was excavated from an ancient part of the ruins. We used carbon dating methods to determine age. The device and the recording stored within are several centuries old.
It's neat.
But it shows lightning.
Someone in the past recorded this vision of the future. Perhaps it was the Cirrus Yule herself.
Retrofuturism.
What we're concerned about, however, is this. You'll have to excuse
I think
the
some
image-
lady's gonna like be in Valhalla or something with a sword. It'll be cool. Write that down. Also, everyone will have a rocket fridge in their kitchen.
Was that my sister?
Yes, I think so. We need to conduct further analysis to be certain.
Is it broken?
No. We've tested both device and data, and everything is nominal. Yet, when we try to view the recording, we get this. Perhaps it's not the recording that's broken. It's the immediate space-time in which we are located.
You mean it could be the paradox? Because the surrounding space-time is twisted, that might be directly affecting the device. So, if the paradox is eliminated, space-time will return to normal. Then we could see the prophecy and find out where my sister is.
Yes, I believe so.
Right.
Here.
An artifact.
This object serves as a key, is that right? We tried to make it work ourselves, but with no success.
Yeah. We can use that to travel across time.
Then you may have it. I think it'll be far more useful to you than us. Here.
I don't know how to articulate this mild complaint, but like, feel like when you're doing storytelling that involves some kind of time
During the
jump,
years that
stories
passed
can
as
do
we
a really good
traveled
job of
outside
like
time and
casting
space,
characters we saw in the
Hope
past in a
devoted
role that
himself
makes
to
sense
his
for them,
research,
or they can do kind of a
trying to
middling or
unlock the
bad
mystery
job.
of the paradox.
And it's hard to put my finger on
If the gates
what
are the
feels
cause
right
of
and
the
what
puzzle,
feels wrong.
they
I have to
might
think of some
also
other
be
like
the key to
movies or
unlocking
games
it.
or something where you see someone after a time jump.
But I wonder, am I getting closer? Will I find lightning in the end?
Time to find that gate.
It was in the ruins.
It's like Snow is punching dessert, and Hope is studying the exact thing, time travel thing that is relevant to us, I guess. It sounds more like they needed someone to punch dessert and they needed somebody to study the time travel thing than they were really asking like what would happen to Hope. I guess it doesn't help that like Hope had no character and Snow had no character in the first game, so you can't really come up with something that they would conceivably be doing. I guess Sad's like flying airships around makes sense. I think they talked about that in the first game. I don't remember now. He was the most interesting character, but not by a lot. I guess, like, okay, like, Back to the Future 2, like, Biff in the future is perfect for what we've seen of Biff up to that point, right? We've seen Biff at now 3 time periods, the 50s, the 80s, like, mid-2010 or something? 2015? He's in character, just how did he get there? Yeah. It's just weird that he's, like, for no reason time traveled to the future and is punching dessert. Like, what's his objective? Like, what's he doing there? He's just gonna punch the dessert forever until everything is fine again? It's not like... It's still massively better than the first game, because at least something is happening, but... Final Fantasy X-2 felt like this in a lot of places for most of the characters. Like, why is this character here doing this? It doesn't make any sense.
A little darkness can't stop me. I light up the room with my luminous character.
Great stuff.
I know it's a little dark in here, but I paid my electric bill, I swear.
She is the worst.
There are people who actually like it here on Pulse.
Thank you. Right. We have to focus. Thank you.
Alright, turn around really easy in combat in this game. I feel like I talked a bit about how I went into Final Fantasy 13-1 expecting it to be kind of a disaster,
This must be the gate Hope was talking about.
but still perfectly
Maybe.
playable and solid as a video game. And this game, I think, is that. It's kind of a disaster. It's kind of weird.
What?
It feels like it's more competent than Final Fantasy X-2.
There's something on your mind.
It at least feels like a video
well,
game.
Sure, but it's just personal stuff.
Like they thought about the math and the encounters and the level up system and stuff.
Is it about the Cirrus?
That's right. Nice guess.
Nice
Must be so
guess.
strange to be able to see beyond your own present.
That reminds me of something Lightning told me. She said that from Valhalla, you can see all of history.
If that's true, then the Padre Cirrus and Lightning have seen the same things, which means Lightning already knows what's going to happen to us. Something had been bothering Noel, and it had been ever since we heard the story about the Padre Cirrus Yule. But, of course, he wasn't the only one who was troubled. Was it really lightning I saw in the flickering images of the prophecy?
Yes.
The only way to find out
It was an earlier
is to go
cutscene, but
through
with
this
like a
portal
weird filter on it.
and solve the paradox.
Oh, I missed a live trigger. Whoops. I expect that's going to happen during like boss fights and stuff and not just like interacting with a gate.
Erba, Gran Pulse, a land that bears the scars of ancient war, where flakes of crystal gather and shift like sand in the desert. The Academy has restricted access to this place because it is the homeland of the two heroines who turned to crystal and held Cocoon safe in the sky. It is a land that now, 200 years later, has been swallowed into a rift between time and space.
Cool. That's pretty cool looking.
The world is falling apart.
Is this a future where everything has been destroyed? Or is it a distant past before the world has even come into being?
The timeline says it's the future.
Twisted on itself. The past and future are tangled together as one, Kupo.
Paradox is affecting space-time itself.
Right. And we have to find out what's causing this.
This was that weird abandoned town from towards the end of Final Fantasy 13-1, right?
What was that created the paradoxes? Did they really want an empty, dead world?
In a
Or just
world
didn't
of
feel like it was ever a real
sea,
place.
The ones who were left behind craved nothingness, an empty world.
Where did you hear that?
It's just an old fairy tale.
Come on, Mom.
They like non-reacted to seeing their home just completely empty.
It's like a maze. A crossroads within the paradox itself.
In this space-time, the past and future intersect. I bet
In the
if we
form of
solve all
this
these
little
puzzles,
puzzle.
we could dissolve the current paradox.
Now you're thinking, Kupo.
How Mog's like ability to speak is directly dependent on the needs of the story. We had a cutscene earlier where Mog was just going Kupo, 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 and I forgot for a second that they could just talk. Restore the bonds between crystals of the same shape and color. Okay, I think I just have to do this. It didn't feel like they reacted to the level that they were supposed to my recollection. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. It's annoying. Retry. They're like, oh, nobody's here, and that was like it. You think they would be like freaking out? I do not like this one. I like the other puzzle better. At least it's a puzzle. It's better than no puzzles. Do you have to already be connecting them? It's a very stupid puzzle. Anomaly resolved, okay. Yeah, right. Ever land a debuff? I've seen it happen once. I was all excited to have a saboteur. There's synergists. Prone. Try to stick with one until, because you eventually max out every monster, right? Can different synergist monsters have different skills in their tree, or is the fact that they're a synergist mean that they have the same general skill unlocks different stats? Can I see what the difference is at length? It looks like this guy... Shell, Veil, and Faith, and I don't think he learns anything new. And Frost and Thunder and Shelga. Vigilance, Veil, and Bravega. I can't see a list of all the things they'll ever learn, right? Seems like the one I just got is a physical synergist. My existing one is a magic synergist. Trying to picture, like, you know, if in Final Fantasy X, when you made it to home, it was already destroyed when you got there, and like the way Riku would inevitably react to that, right? Or like coming back to Besaid and Besaid being destroyed, and how like Waka would react or Yuna would react. compared to the non-reaction of 13-1. There's Saboteur, so what's the difference with what you do? E-shell instead of deprotect. Okay. So I have the D-physical. This one probably actually has better synergy. I'm going to be using this one. Let's see what the cost is to upgrade it here. The other one has Imperil too. It just never lands though. Man, it's so weird. This one would be better at landing it. Let's take that as much as I want the ATB thing. Yeah, but that was like barely a plot point in the game, even though it could have been super interesting. You'd think they'd still like be weirded out by the fact that like everyone in their homeworld is basically dead and there's only monsters here, right? You basically never get a scene in the entire game where they feel that way. So what's the difference between Deprotect 1 and Deprotect 2? Is it like a lower success chance in exchange for a better debuff or something? That one actually seemed to be landing. Very strange. Ceratosaur. Deprotect 2. Never landed a single one of these three things, not even once. You have to go in the Crystarium to see when it can learn new stuff. And then learns nothing until 77. What the fuck? That's so weird. I don't understand. I feel like a lot of that minigame is just like knowing when it's about to prompt you to press the buttons. I have to trigger that. I'm just seeing if there's any items or anything over here.
Welcome, you and you. What brings you to my fantastical shop today?
I have no choice but to buy from you.
You'll come and see me again, won't you, Choco?
Going until I do the same thing, cap out Ravager abilities. Why is there one monster that only has 2 abilities, despite finding it at the same point in the game? It feels like that monster is just better, but it must have a lower success chance, otherwise it's like a non-choice between those 2 monsters, right? It would make sense if it learned like 2 abilities at a higher level or something, but they're at the same level. Yeah.
Come on, Mom.
It frustrated me in particular, this name, because like the game didn't really have story beats that you might go, oh wow, this might be dramatic for this character. I guess other than like Hope's mom, it generally was lacking that across the whole game. So when it actually had an interesting story beat where it's like, oh, I want to see how this character reacts, they still didn't. This is such a fucking weird puzzle. Yeah. I hear you. It arose against the background of generally bad, boring characterization for me for that reason, is what I mean to say. Where it's like they still had the ingredients for something that could have been interesting. Or a lot of the time they just didn't even have those. This definitely has, like, these little puzzles have 10-2 vibes of, oh shit, we gotta give the player something to do that's different than what they've done before. I don't know.
No problem.
At least it's not a massage minigame yet, anyway.
I knew you'd do it, Koopo Koopo.
I gotta say, one of the things that's most impressive about this is how not dependent on assets from the first game it is. But it sounds like that's just because they had a bunch of assets they couldn't use that were supposed to be for the first game. It's true, yeah. I've already erased most of it from my memory, 10-2. That was one of my biggest surprises on stream of going back and playing a game that I had played before. Like, I really thought that that game mostly held up other than having a stupid story, but the story was much stupider than I remembered it being. And the combat wasn't as cool as I thought it was. I think I just like the idea of job change in combat. So far, this is still way more competent than that, though, so. If I did a ranking of all Final Fantasies at the end of this, I'd probably end up putting 13 at the bottom and then 10-2, not too much higher than that.
You got this.
This wouldn't probably be around Final Fantasy VIII so far. It's tough with Final Fantasy VIII because, like, I think about that game from the perspective of, like, its potential at the end of Disc 1 versus the actual product. I don't really see, like, any one way that you could have just smoothly fixed Final Fantasy 13-1. I feel like the game is broken at every conceivable level. No, it's explicitly better at Synergist. Sarah's better at Saboteur. Okay, thanks. I kind of want to be in control of both Synergist and Saboteur because I hate the way the AI handles like their ATB gauge. It's so annoying that they'll like queue up 5 of a thing that only needs to land once, and then when the first one goes off and it lands, they keep casting. This feels very time inefficient. I feel like I'd be pressing the Y button constantly to force some casts out. Thank you. I would have expected them to be the same, but... Okay. 8 seems like it has a solid foundation that didn't use well. Well, for 8, it's like it had a solid foundation, and then they just like they lost Sakaguchi and ran out of money and had to like slop it together at that point based on bullet points. They never settled on what they wanted 13 to be, and then just started making it anyway. That's a good way to put it, I think. I thought those were supposed to connect at some point, I guess not. They don't change while I'm like holding a color, do they? I'd love to see them do a Final Fantasy VIII Brotherhood. Like, get Sakaguchi, pick up the game where they left off at the end of Disc 1. I don't think they'd ever admit that that's what happened publicly, right? I guess it's kind of a puzzle because the ones that have the most connections you want to get rid of first so that They can only exist as one color, maybe? Still kind of silly, though. Fix the paradox. Still looks sloppy and dumb, yeah. What does overwhelm do? Okay. Do we even have any paradigms where null's on Ravager right now? No. Double Ravager without a commando is basically pointless, right? I could start doing Sentinel. Do they have any differences in roll efficacy for Sentinel? It seems really silly to put points in Sentinel since it's basically a complicated block button, but... Yeah, your ability to awkwardly nudge NPCs around became a required game again. Here's the mini game where you have to like push each of the band members onto the elevator. I forgot about that. It's a video game. Wow, that game is a shit show, isn't it?
It looks like everything's back to normal.
Okay. Let's see here. Anything tier 3, anything tier 3. Need more tier 2 stuff. Frag Leech. You only catch each monster one time, right? That makes sense. Or you guess you could catch another one if you've fused it into something else. I guess I don't really understand when you want to fuse monsters. Like, when you've maxed them out and can't level them up anymore, you're putting in a new monster that's replacing the same role, I guess.
Come on, Mog. Go, Mog.
The first of these I've seen, I think, that didn't have like a map marker leading me to it. No crown. I actually want that for her if it does what I think it does. It does not do what I think it does. Okay. I want plus magic. Not really using the physical. Block pushing puzzle with the block as a cylinder, and you're a cylinder. So if you hold the directional input, you slide past another.
Let's go.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
Did it. Yes.
I know I have Feral Link, I'm just saving it for whatever the next boss or mini-boss is. You guys annoyingly don't drop level up materials. The artifact still. Connect back to the beginning. I gotta save more. So it's like I pick a autosave slot from the Historia Crux or whatever. Hilarious name, by the way. And then it tries to autosave basically all the time. I guess I'm using that. Oops. That synchronization thing is so strange, like... I get what they're going for with it, that you like get used to the monster and you know what the input is before it comes up. But it's like, it drains 80% of it in the first few frames from the point where it accepts an input, right? So it's more important that you memorize the exact frame that you have to start pressing buttons, it feels like. Back to the beginning. That'll do. Really want those end spells, but it's going to be a while, I guess. I guess it's a nice way to, like, gate your ability to level up the monsters too far to get you abilities that you're not intended to have yet. But then I suppose if you take Saboteur and Synergist early on Sarah and Null, then you just get those really early anyway. I assume I could have almost every buff in the game if I had just already made Null a Synergist when I got the first opportunity to unlock it and then pumped all my levels into it. 600 gil. I remember this. One of like 2 areas that I remember from Final Fantasy 13.
It looks like an Oracle drive.
Yeah.
Stop.
Oh God.
Sarah!
Search for Spock. I mean Lightning. Search for more money.
Sarah, I'm sorry.
Hey, the apologies can wait. We got a wedding to plan, right? Right? Like, come on. What do you say?
Oh God, it's a real nightmare. It's visions of the original ending.
We'll make her happy.
I believe you.
Memories. They're real, aren't they? Can they be? Prophecy. It's been changed.
But that's impossible.
If you change the future, you change the past.
It's Liam O'Brien.
Change is the constant.
What's up, bud?
Caius.
I have seen you. I have seen you both.
Yule.
What? You mean Osiris?
He's got Illidan green magic.
You must understand, there are many Yules.
Caius.
He has very strong cool boy energy.
What are you doing here in this time?
I don't know why I feel that way specifically about Nomura's character art, and not any other character artist that exists. Maybe it's because he's been given power over these franchises. He doesn't just like design the characters for them.
Yes. I see you understand the significance of that. Then you must also understand that I am here for a reason. Your actions have necessitated the strictest sanction.
Is there any other video game franchise where like the concept artist is also like the director?
Hey, hold on a second. What do you mean, sanctions?
Or a producer or a writer or something more important than just concept artist?
Caius!
Now, take this!
Protect the sanctity of the timeline, you say. It's true. Debuffs aren't going to cut it here, but I haven't seen what this is yet. That was weird. It just left? Eye of Bahamut. Yeah, Liam O'Brien is a real-life Tetsuya Nomura character. Any way to remove debuffs? My current setup, unfortunately.
Thanks, buddy.
Oh, Null's dead. Think I have any way to bring him back?
Sorry. Journey is over.
I'll try to shift earlier next time. I think spending all that time on Sentinel was a waste.
Hey, hold on a second.
More buffs
What do you
here if
mean,
possible.
sanctions?
I must protect the sanctity of the timeline.
Caius!
Get him! Take this! Take this!
Go on.
Potions kind of trash in this. Seems like they are. Okay, I was trying to see if I could hold out longer and try to finish getting buffs, but don't think that's a thing I can do. Removes pain from an ally.
I'm sorry.
Get him!
Kill Sarah, please.
Thanks, buddy.
Sorry.
You got Graviton now.
You're mine.
Don't hate me.
That was easy. Oh, these two.
You shall pay for your crimes in blood.
I mean, it sucks the cast members occasionally direct a game. I don't want to talk any shit about the character and concept artists. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of character and concept artists who would bring something really amazing to a video game if given the power to control more of it creatively, but
Stop this, Caius.
I've never heard of it
I'm not
outside of
going to fight
Nomura.
you.
Times have changed.
Like, Undertale is one of my favorite games ever made, and that feels like this is what happens when a composer makes a game, right?
To change history is a sin.
It's too late. The timeline has already changed.
But must we accept this, Yule?
It's true.
If you change the future, you change the past. You can remold history as your heart desires.
Let's go now, before you are made to witness more.
Okay.
Come.
These guys definitely have, like, what the fuck was the Final Fantasy X-2 thing? Vegnagun and...
Yule.
Who's trying to use Vegnagun? Some asshole? Oh yeah, Tommy Tallarico claiming that they designed Metroid Prime around his sound effects. Uh-huh. Shuyin.
An artifact, Poopa!
What does Caius want?
No. That man, Caius. Who is he exactly? I've seen his face before, in my dream.
I thought I recognized him, but I don't think he's the man I used to know. He couldn't be here. Not in this time.
I guess we've encountered certain games. Like, it feels like, you know, Final Fantasy 14 is what if an entire game was run by a person whose specialty was project management. Iwata's games, or what if an entire game was run by someone who was really, really fucking good at programming. I feel like a lot of people who are just good at programming don't set out to make video games. It's more people kind of learn to program to make the game they want to make. Stray was a game made by environment artists. Interesting. I'm amused by that kind of stuff. I don't hate it. I have to figure out, why does Nomura's stuff feel so fucking weird? It's like he's out of his element or something? Like, what? I feel like Nomura should be making Bayonetta, Devil May Cry type games, right? Which I guess that's what Strangers of Paradise is, right? chocobos ever necessary for progression?
She was the same. The same face, the same voice. But even so, she didn't know me at all.
You mean you?
Yes. Well,
Sarah's like,
no
can we stand
questions?
somewhere else where this like gate goop isn't falling on my face?
Seems to me that if I ask, you'd have a hard time trying to answer. I know what it feels like, not being able to explain how you feel, so I won't ask.
Thanks, Sarah. We'll talk about it soon.
Sure.
No problem.
Lightning, Noel and I traveled to Erba. You wouldn't believe how much happened to us there. We found a prophecy that the seers of the Farseers have recorded. We saw a young girl called Yule, just like the seers.
Is it going to be obvious if the chocobos do something for progression? I'm just wondering if I need to like pay to ride one in every zone, because I'm fine to just like, they seem to give you one as like, okay, you're done with this zone, but we're not just going to teleport you to the gate. So we'll give you a chocobo so you can get to the gate without having to fight anything if you want.
Else too. The strange thing that both Caius and Yule said about the past. If you change the future, you change the past. I'm afraid of what that might mean for us. When Noel and I solved the paradox, we changed the future. Does that mean the past of Hope and the others has also changed?
Okay. Oh, no, I'm not asking about paying for it. I'm asking, is it going to be obvious when I'm in a level where the chocobos are required for progression, right? Should I be buying one all the fucking time just in case I can use it for something? The O in the year is replaced with an X. One XAF is 10 years after the fall of Cocoon. Okay. Unnecessarily complicated. I guess it's like 20 XDX, right?
At the summit of Yashas stands the ruins of the Farseer city Padra. This was the capital of a flourishing civilization storied in the annals of Grand Pulse. Here, the young Hope Estime is leading the Academy in an effort to learn more about the mysterious Oracle Drive. However, this world is not like the world of 10AF that Noel and Sarah had visited previously. Things have changed.
Other more different Yashas Massif. I appreciate they didn't spoil it this time. Just for extreme.
Or it never existed in the first place. History here has changed.
If the paradox didn't happen, then maybe Hope never had any reason to come here.
There's still the Oracle Drive. Maybe that would have been enough of a draw for it. Only one way to find out.
I guess maybe what they're going with is at least what I picked up from the first area you visit is that there was something there that was out of place from the future. And so we stopped the thing that's out of place from the future from appearing in the past. So that would explain how doing that changed the past, I guess.
Future, maybe? Who knows?
Bye.
Oops. I just want to look at the new monster. Medic. Wish I could see what those descriptions do. Well-grown, resourceful, and sticky. Oh, Raise, Cheer, Kira, and Asuna. They're all interesting. Man, I'm really hurting for slivers. You're not gonna let me, like, open the chest in the future and then go back and open it in the past? This isn't... No, this is an alternate past. What the fuck? Like, this is 1 year. Oh, wait, no, no, no. It's still 10 years. But it's an alternate timeline, so why are all the chests open?
Is that it?
Guess I have to go in there first. This is where the behemoths were before. Still, this game is a lot better at conveying the relative impact of my decisions, but I still can't feel what casting Faith does. Like, I can't tell whether it's worth having my third monster not be something that actually directly damages these things, you know? Never seen my Saboteur. I think I saw my old Saboteur land D-Protect 2 once. I've seen this one land D-Shell once. Sentinel's better in this game, but it's still one of the most puzzling fucking things I've ever seen in any video game ever. I'm trying to think of an analogy for it, like... It's like if there was an entire, like, weird skill tree built around the dodge roll in Dark Souls, with a bunch of mechanics that did nothing other than just pressing the button to roll, right? It's not even really a good description. It's very, very strange, though. I feel like the natural iteration would be there's no commando, or there's no, keep calling it commando, there's no sentinel job. There's just a button you press to block, and while you're pressing and holding that button, the ATB bar freezes.
Yule. Did you come through the gate too?
The one you met was a different Yule.
Oh, good.
A Yule from the future.
So, you don't know me either.
I know about you. I've been watching you both.
You can see the future, can't you?
She's like budget Bahamut from Final Fantasy X, it seems like.
I see the future.
Voice actor sounds really similar.
I came here to confirm something I already know. You and I are the same.
What do you mean?
You too can show others the way.
Wait. don't get it. How are we the same?
Apparently they're not the same actor.
We journeyed
Bahamut
through time,
was Debbie Derryberry,
solved
which is
the
a great name.
paradox, and met two girls who looked exactly the same. And now, at last, we found our way back to Hope's Oracle Drive. He'll be waiting for us. Or perhaps he won't. Maybe after all this time, Hope has forgotten us.
You're in a different timeline. A different Hope. Oh, my controller's dead. One sec. Sorry. It doesn't cause the game to crash. Hey, we're okay. Despite needing to install like 5 things to get this to run, it runs a lot better than Final Fantasy 13-1. It was giving me problems all the time.
I guess the ruins were interesting enough. They didn't need the paradox to draw them here.
It's unusual that this place is...
The sun feels so amazing. Time for my feathers to soak up some of that good old vitamin D for extra fluff. Oh, Chocobogalina. Sorry, didn't see you there.
Delicate power? So it's slightly weaker but uses less capacity, basically? Okay, I really don't like this system for accessories.
Thank you for shopping here on this bright and sunny day. I think it's time to hit the beach, don't you?
I wonder if something happened to the gate.
Was there a new discovery or something?
Director, who are you waiting for?
I don't know. But I think they'll be here soon.
Wasn't there to help me up next. I had to jump.
In a world where the paradox was solved, the eclipse never darkened the sky in the first place. No one remembered that Noel and I had been here. But even so, Hope was there, waiting for us. Of course,
Well, I thought they called
his
this a completely
memories had
different zone.
changed.
The only difference is like the
we had our
skybox is
10-year
different.
reunion all over again, as if our last meeting had never happened.
I'm glad they fast forwarded through that.
When we explained his memories had changed because the paradox had been dissolved, Hope believed us without question.
Well, good. Then explain what Noel's deal is.
I have something I want to show you.
I love that it looks like they're just now walking in. Like they 80-yard all that.
It is lightning.
This is a recording of the future. We're unable to identify the location or circumstances. There is one thing we're sure about, however. And remember, we don't know what era this is. Lightning is alive in that place. In my memory, Lightning disappeared after the battle with Orphan. But she's living somewhere in the future.
So it's not just a dream, is it?
She's out there.
Then I'm going to find her.
And you will find her, Sarah. After all, you traveled through time and found me. Many years of research have finally borne fruit. It all began with the Oracle Drive. We excavated it from ruins many centuries old. Yet it recorded an image of Cocoon, supported on a pillar of crystal. It was an impossibility, an enigma. Impossible, but a reality nonetheless. This is
How
where I
this is
learned
like
what I must
barely
do.
different.
If it was possible to journey through time and look into the future, then it must also be possible to travel backwards and change the past.
Right.
I wanted to change history, make things better, not just bring lightning back, but Vanille and Fang and my mother.
So that's what your research was about.
Chasing the impossible, you might say. But you've made me realize something. It's clear to me now we are not the only ones who are intervening in history.
Oh?
The past has already been changed. Sarah, you are the only one who remembers a time when lightning survived the fall of Cocoon.
Yeah.
Director!
Shit's really weird. Like, I don't know why there's an entire different zone to visit. We could have just gone back to the other zone and be like, hey, we resolved the paradox, and Hope's like, okay. Like, it's fine that only a few things change, but it seems like it's a waste of the alternate reality concept, right? To be like, oh, it's daytime now, I guess.
Caius.
What happened? Did the prophecy get rewritten?
Not necessarily rewritten. It could be the original prophecy restored as it once was.
Okay.
Perhaps a continuation of the first recording.
If this is showing us the future, then someday Cocoon will fall. Noel, you told me in your time Cocoon didn't exist like it does now.
Yeah. It came to ground long before I was born. After it happened, the whole world just fell apart pretty much.
But who made it fall? Could it have been Caius?
No. He couldn't do that.
When is Cocoon supposed to fall? How many years? Is it soon?
No. Not for a couple of centuries.
Oh, that's a long time from now. I mean, none of us will even be alive to see it.
But others will. Cocoon will fall into Grand Pulse. Imagine the catastrophe. Think how many lives will be destroyed.
Right. That's the future I lived in.
It doesn't have to happen. No, we can change the future. We can stop Cocoon from falling and make your world a better place.
Yeah, but how? You think you can go to the time when it falls and hold it up yourselves? Do you even have a gate to take you there?
Well,
It might not be necessary to travel to the specific time and place.
How so?
The future depends on what we do now, right? Yes, there is a chance Cocoon will fall, but we can start working now to prevent it from happening.
Right.
But what if you can't, Hope?
We can at least work to mitigate the damage. If we begin our research now,
We gotta go fight Lavos as far back in time as possible.
we can help protect the planet and save the
The fucked up ending of Chrono Trigger. You fight it at like 2300 AD
We
or
can try to
whatever.
solve things at the other end, in the future. While you start preparing in the here and now.
Yes, let's change the future.
Shut up, Wesley.
If you change the
He
future...
does have season 1 Wesley energy.
You change the past.
Sarah?
It's nothing. Hope, thank you for the help.
Time will separate us, but we'll share a common goal.
Hope dreamed of changing the past. The weight of history drove him forward.
You just full on in her completely
His
Ara
turn to
voice.
face the future. A future even more frightening than the past. Sarah, do you believe too? Do you believe in your own past?
At least he's not a godchild like Wesley.
No. You know, I started this journey hoping to find my sister. But now...
I feel like they did this whole you have to change the future to change the past thing because they didn't want to mess with the idea of like going actually back in time to before Final Fantasy 13.
So do I.
I know, we'll solve our problems by fixing the future.
Find the gate and the key, Kupo.
Right now, we don't have a clue where the artifact might be. There are still some places we haven't checked out.
We should try asking some of the people around here. They might know something that will help.
Important relics have been detected nearby. Who knows? Any one of them might lead to an extraordinary discovery.
Come on, Mog.
600 gil.
Various records of magic and sorcery are being uncovered in the Padra ruins. There was a spell to summon eidolons. It was a forbidden art, though,
Yeah.
as it shortened the conjurer's lifespan. The people of the past must have lived in fear of, but had respect for, ones who held such powers.
Okay.
Nothing to report today.
This whole segment here is like extremely bizarre to me. Like, I don't even know why they would establish the idea of it being an alternate version and still let me access the old version. I guess they're doing it because like there's different items that spawn there, or they wanted to still let you go back and fight the behemoths again since they don't spawn when it's light. But like you already can do, there's like a thing you can do to reset an area to the way it was when you first visited it, right? Very odd. Like, to me, a consequential change is like in Chrono Trigger when you leave Robo in the church, and he spends like hundreds of years building the forest so that when you go to the desert in the future, there's a forest there. Like, oh, that seems pretty significant and cool. Okay, it feels like things have changed. But here it's like they have the little lampshade hang lines where they're like, oh wow, I guess they're still here because the ruins are still really interesting. We didn't want to remove the ruins from the area because... Very, very, very weird. Someone else I'm supposed to talk to up there? I don't see the value in this being like an alternate Hope, who, for all intents and purposes, has the exact same goals, dreams, hopes, and life path, other than that he's not trying to investigate why the sky is dark, right? Like, do something weird and fucked up. Make him like a weird asshole Hope or something. What is this here?
We've been told to focus heavily on this area. Sources say something valuable may be buried here.
Go, Mog.
Seriously? Okay.
All right then.
Very weak.
There's a gate that fits this key.
I don't sense anything strange in the ruins. I did feel a disturbance from the direction of the mountains.
It feels like now we're getting into the territory of this game that reminds me more of like Final Fantasy X-2, where they like don't really have ideas for a game, for like things to do. They have broad strokes for what they want the big story to be, but they don't really have like an idea of what they want the little zones to feel like, right? And so they kind of just have to come up with like little busy work challenges to give you like, go up on that thing and scan with Mog, I guess. I guess they're getting double value out of this zone, just with a different skybox. No, seriously? I just replaced the batteries on this thing. Troll controller itself die? I think it's one of the things that bothers me most in game design. Like when you're playing a game and it feels like for arbitrary reasons the developers feel like there should be like the length of the game should be a certain number, or there should be a certain number of interactable segments, right? And so they feel like they just start adding shit for the sake of adding shit. That's what Phoenix Wright games feel like to me. They have some really, really great parts that are super worth it, I think. But then they're like, okay, we have to have this many puzzles between the start of the game and the court case. So we're going to put some like weird wheel spinning bullshit in here instead of just like shrinking the length of the game by 25% or whatever. I think different developers have different strategies for trying to do padding like that. Like, I guess your typical Western open world dev would put a bunch of dumb collectible bullshit, right? Like Assassin's Creed towers, to kind of create the illusion that there's more content in the game than there actually is. Yeah, exactly. Pigeons and GTA. But I think it gets under my skin because it's like, this isn't here because somebody felt passionately about this sequence, or they really like wanted to show off this fight, or they had this mechanic in mind. It's just like, we gotta fill time. Put something in there, you know? This one's not an XF? Okay.
In 13 AF, the Academy built
Aggressively
the
unfun one-off mini games.
information processing facility.
I have to collect all 200 eggs.
Artificial intelligence at its core. But now, centuries in the future, the system has suddenly begun to run amok. Somehow, the network system was attacked from somewhere in the future. When the Academy tried to respond and shut down the system, it was too late. The AI had already taken control of much of the Academy.
Yeah, right.
Two entities from different
You want to get the
times
true
cannot
ending.
coexist. If this were to occur, history would be infused with contradictions. This would lead to a distortion causing the entire world to collapse.
I'm just introducing this idea of a rogue AI. So yeah, whatever. There's a rogue AI future.
Initiated a distortion in history, and the entities are a living paradox.
I'm not very good with all this fancy machinery. What's going on here exactly?
The system that controls this facility has been hacked by someone from the outside.
Is
Wherever
Sarah?
they are,
Is she
they're
like
trying to use
IT?
the network in an attempt to override the system somehow.
So basically,
There's a lot of
some
like
bad
voice of the
guys snuck
author in
to
this
go to the
game.
tower? Well, there's an easy solution for that.
Characters openly speculating about things that are just true. They have no way of knowing.
The system's been hacked too, so the security bots are just pieces of metal. And I don't think the person behind this is actually physically here. It seems like the
I
culprit
could
isn't
use
even in
Mog
this
for that,
tower
I
at all.
guess.
They're accessing the system from somewhere in the future.
Lucky for us, we have the means to get there. Let's give them a piece of our minds. Come on.
Okay.
We should flip the switch.
What? Like, this game is getting dumber over time. I'm still having a better time with it than the original game because at least the, like, combat is interesting. I want to catch monsters and stuff, but... Why? I wonder if the source material is what's causing them the most problems, right? If it's that, like, a game like this where you're doing time travel shenanigans is a sequel to a game that had no time travel would work really well if the original game was like something where you could ask interesting questions like, oh, what if this happened, right? What if that happened? Yeah, exactly. Oh, engines. Okay, hopefully I get the biological version of that.
Yep, good.
You know, like, what if Operation Mihen had been successful, right? What if Braska failed to defeat Sin? What if Orin got sent? Like, I could come up with any number of these. It would be interesting questions to ask, but there's literally zero you can ask about Final Fantasy 13 because nothing happens in that game. So you have to come up with this bum bullshit. Like, I don't know, there's like a feature with a rogue AI and you gotta move some rooms or something. Whatever. Give him something to do. I guess they've got what if Hope's mom didn't die? But... we made this cool techno dungeon for something in 13.1 that got cut. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's an I've never seen that in a game before where they're using assets that got cut from a previous game, so it's harder to tell that it's like asset reuse, right? I've said many times that I'm very okay with asset reuse. I wish more devs would be comfortable doing that. I mean, like, Majora's Mask is basically a gigantic asset reuse game, and it's amazing. Elden Ring is effectively that, and it's amazing, and they do it really well. I'm not opposed to it in principle. Moms weren't tough.
Nice timing.
Do we do anything involving anything approaching AI in the original game? Like, was there even like a scene where there was like a robot voice describing that a ship was taking off or something just like trivial like that? This is a really weird concept to throw into a game like this, even if it's taking place in the future. I guess it would be less weird if Sarah didn't know what was going on. I was like, oh yeah, it's the AI. It's, I don't know.
I believe that all of this is happening because of one person hacking into the
Someone hacked the system.
I know, but it has to be. Maybe this is a paradox of some sort.
There's a rogue AI in Chrono Trigger, kind of. One of the bosses you fight. When you visit the future. Pulse Falsier is supposed to be an ancient AI. Okay. What's up with that one, where it like starts with the trigger pointing up and down at the same time and then points left? Is it just supposed to be left? I guess time travel works better for me in a game like Chrono Trigger where the baseline is like medieval, right? Because then you can kind of distinguish what the future is with these characters that are all used to like, you know, steampunk and swords and shit. But like Final Fantasy 13, like the baseline is already like generically futuristic-ish, kind of, but people still use swords. So you can't, I mean, you could go backwards in time, I guess, but how is that different from just visiting Grand Pulse? I'm wondering if I need to like think of this game as like the premise is fundamentally flawed because the original game is fundamentally fucked up. And so I should judge it based on the best they could do with the material they had, you know? But I guess it's not another team coming in, which it really feels like, or it felt like until it started kind of going off the rails here.
Is that it?
Okay. As effectively random encounters, but still wants to do the stupid preemptive strike minigame.
Is that it?
I'm using whether or not I'm getting 5-star ratings to tell me if I'm doing things okay. So I'm still getting 5-star ratings. So I guess it's fine to start with a synergist. It still feels weird to do. Pick up vigor. She prefers Saboteur, you said? Okay. As well. You want to get Ravager to 60, so I'll work on that first. He prefers Synergist. And Null is the AoE healer. Never want regular Protect when I can get Protectka. I guess you can still see the stuff on the map from a pretty big different distance in SMT4, but... Trying to just like mash up down to see if it lets me get away with it. Didn't do it right that time.
like you lost.
Bye.
Like I can get away better with having my monster be a Ravager, Commando, or Medic than trying to have them be a specific utility class like Synergist or Saboteur when I can't control which abilities they're getting.
Is that it?
I do really hate the, like, preemptive strike minigame thing. I hate it. For all the reasons I've talked about in many other games we played on stream. It'd be one thing if it was like, oh, this is a thing that you can rarely do, and if you pull it off, like, you'll get a minor bonus in combat, but in practice it ends up feeling like combat is balanced assuming that you're going to get this every single time, right? Their appearance animation waistline has an arbitrary delay before they become attackable. Otherwise they would die instantly, I assume. QT happens before the prompt, right? I think it's like, it bugs me because it comes from a position of philosophically wanting to fix a perceived problem and then not actually caring whether that problem has adequately been resolved or not, right? So in this case, the perceived problem, as I see it, is random battles feel uninteractive. Enemies running into you on the field feels uninteractive and bad. Let's make it interactive. But is it really interactive, right? It's kind of the exact same thing with QTEs in general, that it's like cutscenes are uninteractive, and it feels bad that you're just watching a cutscene. So let's give you some buttons to press, right? And it's like, but am I actually really doing anything? Have you really solved the problem? I don't think so. At least with Shenmue, the original QTEs had like branching paths whether you press the button or not, but Shenmue 3 just drops that. You fail a QTE, you have to start it again, like Resident Evil 4. In which case, what's the point, right? Feels bad to use your attacks and hit nothing. That makes sense, yeah. You might burn a buff or something.
No one's hurt, right?
Yeah, those are nice at least. It's frustrating because I don't really know where, like, is it like developer hubris? Like, when they implement these things that don't actually do what they're setting out to do, and then they don't, like, look at it and test it and go, actually, this kind of sucks. Like, this preemptive strike thing kind of sucks. This QTE thing kind of sucks. It didn't do what we thought it was going to do. Like, I wonder if other devs are attempting stuff like that and then just, like, nixing it in internal testing while it's, like, still in alpha. And then we're just seeing the systems that survive that process. I feel like certain devs are more likely to include bullshit like that than others. Ian at Blizzard seems like that kind of a developer in some cases. I have more empathy for Ian than I think a lot of people do. I think he earnestly thinks that a lot of the ideas he comes up with are actually going to fix a problem, but I feel like it takes his team too long to react to the fact that it didn't work. Right, like they'll do the beta for the expansion and it'll be clear that the idea has really huge fundamental problems. That might just be an issue where, like, with Blizzard, they don't have the ability to just, like, pull the expansion, right? Because the idea is too bad. I think I can just spam left. Still very strange.
We did it!
I like that fanfare better than the 5-star fanfare, but now it's training me to not like it. What are you doing on there? Investigate the suspicious room. Take this again. Sounds like the Path of Exile devs are definitely in that territory where they have some idea that, like, theoretically is supposed to do something. Like, theoretically this makes you feel the weight, or theoretically this makes you have a social relationship with the people you're trading with, right? And they just don't care that in reality that's not true. You don't feel the weight. You don't have any relationship with the person that you're effectively automatically conducting an exchange with, other than the irritation of it sometimes failing. Every Path of Exile League mechanic lands like how you describe WoW expansions.
Come on, Mom.
It's not, there we go.
Welcome to the Academy DataNet. Warning, this is an emergency alert. This is a DataNet security alert.
Right. I missed if there was a way I was supposed to actually know the code there. Maybe there was and I just wasn't paying attention. Oh, cool. It sounded like random bullshit at the time. Sunada. Yeah. There's a 3-7 in there.
Welcome. You have accessed
I
the
thought it was an
Academy
account 3,
datanet.
2, 1. Okay.
And our work here is done. No more intrusions from the future, right?
Looks like we're safe. The network's back up and running.
We never got to find out who was behind this whole thing, did we?
Yeah, I don't know who it could be. Who would go through all the trouble to take control of a tower from the future without a demand of some sort?
It really makes you wonder what they were after, huh?
Analysis. Due to actions taken by the subjects, a possible future has been deleted from the timeline. The subjects pose a serious threat. For the security of future operations, precautionary countermeasures are being initiated.
I usually like stuff like this, like weirdly showing us the perspective of the AI in the camera, but it feels so fucking out of nowhere in this game. I wonder if it's just gonna turn out that like the first few hours are just like so much better than all of the first game. You just give them some time to spend in that area, right? Looks like I can mash up down, okay. Considered killing the healer first. I think I wish that XP worked a little bit differently in this game. Synergist, Spark Prone, Venom Proof. Let's see. I'll explain in a second. Vigilant Shell. Not enough, okay. I'm gonna see if I can get somebody to give me an end spell. Like, I think I like the beginning of the game the most so far because, like, the combat math was sort of rigidly enforced. It felt like. Access key 13 required. Item has been detected in a previous time period. Okay. Like, now I can't tell if I'm doing well in combat because I'm playing the game well, or if I've just out-leveled the content, so I'm just, like, beating it without thinking. Which I guess is something that Final Fantasy 13-1 tried to do, where it made the, like, cost of getting abilities on the Crystarium really high. I feel like it degenerated to the way that leveling up works in something like Chrono Cross. It was just a way more stupid version of that. One that was almost impossible for the player to perceive on their first playthrough. How am I supposed to get out of here? Like, they don't want me to just exit via the pause menu, do they? That has never been required before. Fucking seriously? I don't think I can go back to the gate, right? Because the center elevator doesn't go down anymore. Still not seeing D-Shell land ever. Probably cast it hundreds of times now. I wonder if they did the combat math so that it has to be like a high-level saboteur to ever land anything. triple question mark. Oh my gorb. It's the God's Eye Nebula or whatever. Oh, there's an item up there that I missed. Arbiter of Time.
Who said that?
That guy.
My domain exists outside the margin ages. It is unseen and unknown, beyond life and death.
Aquarian?
Until the day the bell of the goddess tolls, this realm welcomes not the living. Begone from here, and bring not but calamity. My halls already play host to an omen of time-shattering misfortune.
An omen of misfortune. Something that doesn't belong here.
We can help you with that.
Okay then. We'll make you a deal.
We kill the rats in your basement. You let us hang out.
You want this omen gone from here, right? Give it to us, and we'll leave you and your realm in peace. What do you say to that?
Okay.
Leave this place. The day of reckoning has not yet come.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Job well done, I guess.
Yeah, and Snow will be waiting.
I hope he's still okay back there. But I bet he won't be waiting by the gate for us.
No, I suppose not. He's just like my sister. Always just charging ahead.
Charging ahead into an early grave. He acts like he's everyone's boss. Just marches ahead and never thinks how much danger he's putting
Arbiter of
himself
Time's like, hey guys, you said you would leave if you took my
We're
thing.
all the same. Their heads in the clouds, thinking self-sacrifice can somehow save everyone.
Guys.
People die anyway.
Guys, I'm still standing here.
Noel, I hope you don't get yourself killed.
Huh?
Huh?
After all, you
The
risked
fuck
your
is this
life a lot
game?
of times. To help me, I mean.
Right. But I can tell the difference between fantasy and reality. I'm not like Snow.
I didn't say you were.
He just took off and left you alone. He did what he wanted. Didn't care who he left behind, who he hurt.
Yeah, right.
I understand why Snow made Noel so angry. Once upon a time, someone Noel loved left him behind.
I don't think that's it, Sarah, but okay.
It still does. He didn't have to tell
I
me.
feel like he's like breathing extra heavy to let us know that we're still here while we're pontificating. That was completely fucking bizarre. That's it if the writers say it is, yeah.
Go, Mom, go! Surely it can be done. Return to the South Watch. Help out Snow, Kumo.
Really? Well, good, I'm glad I got a map of that place. I am truly baffled. I mean, I'm guessing we're going to come back there later, but...
Even as upheavals transform the world of man.
It's like they had enough gas for this game to take them like 10 miles down the road.
Those small flan keep coming and coming. They're pouring out of Pulse knows where.
Do you think there's still another paradox?
It's possible. Double paradoxes do occur. Let's check it out.
He was just waiting at the gate the whole time.
This is a map of the area. Take it with you.
Okay. My fear now is that because of the way the combat level up math works is that I'm only going to get fun experiences out of specific boss fights, and then I'm just going to be able to mash A all the random fights. Because there's a period at the beginning of the game where the random battles were interesting. Like each of the compositions of monsters made me do different things. Wonder if part of it is just Synergist and Saboteur are so bad as ideas. They just don't work. And so once you start introducing them into the game, things start to fall apart from a math perspective. I don't know how you could do them differently, really. Oh my god, I applied D-Shell. Holy shit. Stop the presses. Even doing that multi-wound attack, I still don't see their health bar changing at all.
I'm happy to sell you whatever you need as
Still just press left, I guess? It seems like if I mash left, I don't get it, though, which is part of what's weird. I don't know why I check her shop every time.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And don't forget to take care of the flan. You promised.
No good. It won't open.
We need to find the right artifact for this gate.
Okay. I think this is the one I came in on, right? Show me the gill.
Hey guys, could be wrong, but aren't we going the wrong way? Looks like the flan are heading further in.
But there's no path for us to take.
We get stuck. That's what the vines are for.
Supposed to be a vine down here? Actually get in there. Oh, right.
So Noel, you haven't told me why you're traveling through time.
Long story short, I'm trying to save humanity.
Sum up.
Humanity? Why? What happens to us?
I lived at the end of it.
Sorry to cut you off there, bud. What are you doing here other than punching dessert, Snow? It seems like you're here just so that you can be here.
Are you mad at Snow about something?
I just don't like his taste.
God. I like that Sarah didn't have the idiot stick at the beginning of the game, but... What's this guy's deal? Energist. Slivers.
Hey, this is where the Flan we're trying to get to.
And there's our artifact.
Okay. I guess I could have done this the whole time, right? Yes, cast Faith on Null when he's in Commando.
This is Crystal 2.
I've seen crystals like this before.
Cannot take his hair seriously.
You remember, don't you?
I remember I cried a crystal tear.
Yeah.
I guess maybe it's always been like that. He just had a beanie over it.
You know what it's like, don't you? Being turned into crystal.
Yes, I know. It was the loneliest, scariest moment of my life.
Sarah,
It's all right. You know, I think I dreamed the whole time. But they were good dreams. Dreams about turning back to normal. Being with my friends again.
I hope that's true. I hope Fang and Vanille are dreaming right now. I hope they're happy in there.
I love these live trigger prompts.
In the future, there was a legend about how the daughters of the goddess saved Cocoon.
They would have been the first to tell you they weren't goddesses. Not the type.
Really gets at me because it's like that concept of there's these two characters who come from a wilderness land outside our special sci-fi bubble that we live in, and they're from like hundreds or thousands of years ago, and hundreds of thousands of years ago they got turned into horrible summon monsters and like tried to destroy shit but failed. It's like a good idea, or I could see it working in a different Final Fantasy, I guess. It's not the one we got. How do I get up there? I guess I can throw the Moogle at it. It hasn't come up in a while.
No one's hurt, right? Come on, Mark.
I honestly don't like the dimension the Moogle throwing adds to the game. Extraordinary egg. I guess I should read this. White hole gem. Okay. Is it a fragment that actually does something? Oh yeah, my buddy Gog Magog. I haven't seen him in a minute. It's the mortal enemy of the guy he's a palette swap of. Okay. My Moogle body is a puppet and the real me is inside the clock? Ogma Mog, the Death Moogle. No one thought to check inside here. They set it up next to our hometown. Oh, there's multiple pages for some of these? Wait. No. What? Just don't think about it, it's fine.
Yeah, good work. Mog, you're a Moogle a guy can count on.
I love the "Are you sick of random battles" Chocobo that inelegantly spawns on your way out from doing shit. And is often like maybe 1 or 2 battles away from the exit.
Looks like this gate leads back to the Historia Crux.
0 in this case.
It's not working.
Let's go find an artifact.
Different one? See if there's one in that room down there, I guess. Riding that thing that short distance is so fucking silly. I love it. Thank goodness they let you skip it in the pause menu. Still can't land any status effects.
Come on, Mom.
Unicorn horn.
Come on, Mom.
Must be past the boss. I guess I can go see if I can fight it.
Nice timing.
Is it just, do they always in their AI target Null first no matter what? With buffs and stuff? Maybe it's based on max health? I'm trying to figure out why the Synergist is consistently buffing, putting faith on Null. Finish getting vigor. Shit, I mean. Let's just get everything, I guess. It's boring, but... Bigger, boost chain bonus effect when your attacks HP is high, okay. Do the same thing. Don't trust the ATB gauge for computer-controlled characters, I don't think. Music. Yeah, exactly. Those reasons they use their healing so stupidly, right? Like they'll like queue up 5 heals on someone who only needs 2 heals.
Before Civil War finally toppled it.
Did your history books happen to mention the monster?
No. At the rate that thing is eating through the crystal, it won't need a war to bring down Cocoon.
Yeah, I can't get 300% synchronized. I can with the up-down one. There must be something about that command I'm just missing. Went pretty well. I think Vigor is really strong. The beginning of battle is what matters the most.
I wonder where this one goes.
Oh, like I'm not supposed to press left until they come together? Maybe. The other ones I think are just mash the buttons as soon as they become available. I would prefer that. I wish they all worked like that, so it wasn't a memorize when it's going to become available to press the button thing.
On the surface of Grand Pulse stretches a desolate grassland, a wild place where the rule of might prevails, and the weak exist only to feed the strong. A tribe of tough, proud people live off these lands, hunting monsters for their sustenance. But now, the hunters are whispering of a fearsome newcomer to the prairie that threatens to upset the precarious balance of their lives.
Triple question mark. I hate that it's even a question that you might want fewer ATB slots because the AI is so dumb. It was draining my energy when I was like, my life energy when I was playing Final Fantasy 13-1, and I would see the computer characters like cast D-Shell 5 times, have it land on the first attempt, and then just keep going 4 more times on the same target. Like it harmed me.
Look out! Flank it from the west!
It's deleting serotonin from my brain.
Wow.
They seem desperate. Like, they gotta get this one or there'll be nothing else to eat.
Really? I guess you have to be a hunter to tell.
Drink if the characters just know something because the writers told them. Be fucking wasted.
We should talk to those people. Maybe they can tell us what's going on.
Good idea. And let's hurry, before those chocobos decide they need to stretch their legs. Here! Enjoy!
Yeah, Vigor is ridiculous. The amount of extra damage I do at the start of combat before they start hitting me is
too easy.
Huge, it seems like. It's got a red cactuar statue. Just chilling out here, I guess. My Thundaga get disrupted or something? Oh, maybe it was targeted on an enemy that died.
Too easy.
We're not gonna comment on this, anybody? Okay. Mention that Final Fantasy 13-1 didn't really feel like a Final Fantasy. Like, it wasn't just that it didn't have all of the same monsters necessarily, or some of its ideas were like weird. This one, I feel like it's true, but I don't think I can articulate it very well. This one feels like it's even a stronger aspect of that. The only thing that's Final Fantasy-y sort of is the Moogle and the names of the spells. But if this was just another one of, you know, Square Enix's side project RPGs, you told me it had nothing to do with Final Fantasy, I'd believe it. I guess there's chocobos. It raises some difficult questions, like what makes a Final Fantasy game feel Final Fantasy-y? Guess I don't know. For all my bitching about Final Fantasy XIV, that game feels very Final Fantasy-y. In parts.
Listen, we could do with an extra arm. You help us, and I'll give you this map. If you're here to hunt, find someplace else.
You guys aren't exactly hauling it in. Prey getting scarce?
Yes. Ever since that storm blew up, these lands were teeming with game before that. Friends went to investigate the storm, but they never came back.
So the hunters are having trouble finding prey because of this weird storm? I wonder what's causing it.
Me too. Let's try asking around.
Basically, if you told me that this entire game was like a Doki Doki Panic situation, that it was a different RPG being developed by Square that they decided to like map Final Fantasy onto, it wouldn't surprise me. Or like Dinosaur Planet. I.e. mandatory, it seems like. So, like, you craft through her by having the necessary item and some random crafting materials to upgrade it. At least it's better than the one in 13.1. Chrono 3E. I think Yoshi P is a good steward because I think he gets Final Fantasy right. It's like, I don't believe that you always have to be the creator of an IP, be the one that's managing it. Like, I think that, Denis Villeneuve understands, Blade Runner better than Ridley Scott does, for example. I think Blade Runner 2049 is just way better than Blade Runner. So I don't think it's a Sakaguchi problem. I'm sure that, I mean, that's part of it, but... It's tough, because this is one of those things, I can feel it in my bones, but I really am having trouble, like, explaining why I think it's true. I'd like to be able to, I wouldn't want you to just take my word for it. I think this combat system works better the fewer like options I have as the player in terms of character advancement. I feel like the Crystarium should just happen. I think the fact that I have so many possible loadouts of like paradigms and stuff kind of breaks the random battle flow. They felt really good at the beginning when I was like really weak and only had a couple options. I was like, ah, this enemy wants me to switch to this and then swap to that and then do this. I get it. And here everything just seems to kind of die now. Maybe that'll stop later in the game. Wonder if the paradigm shift system is just a cursed problem, that it's just like, it's kind of a neat idea, but it turns out you can't really make interesting combats in it unless if you never allow the player to learn new abilities, or you like force them to use a preset set of paradigms in every combat, right? Try to time it here. That was correct, thank you. It's the only one I have that works that way, but that's cool. Now I'm getting a fight where I couldn't just press the A button, so that's cool. Yay! Yeah. I feel like more regular enemies should be doing lots of wound all the time. They were at the beginning, and then I think it's just a boss mechanic for the most part. Like, these guys are doing a tiny amount of it, but not enough that I think it would change the flow of combat at all. Okay, maybe my wish is coming true and I'm getting hard fights now. It's nice. Some of these guys are like wildly harder than everything else that's out here though. It's also kind of weird. These guys like only weak against some kind of element or something? They take like no damage from me. Oh, I see. So there might be just parts of the map that are much nastier than what I'm supposed to be able to handle right now. I think it's impossible to get 300% on that. Oh my god, Deep Protect landed. Holy shit. It's seriously like a 1% success chance, it feels like. Like shit, we created a binary status effect that we need to be able to scale through the game. I know, let's have the main thing that affects progression be the percent chance that it lands when you cast it. At least it sounds like they're doing some damage when they cast it now. Ravager. finally pick up in Frost. Well, I don't get fog until 35. That one's even worse, if I recall. Want me to talk to more hunters? Okay.
Need something? I haven't seen them.
So, you want to know what brought on the storm? My friends are out there assessing the situation, but even if I knew, I wouldn't tell anyone that wasn't a hunter.
But Noel's a hunter.
Don't look so surprised. She's right.
He quickly moved out of the way there.
Then you wouldn't mind if I put you to the test. Let's see what you can do. We've been getting harassed by a pack of monsters lately. Think you can get rid of them for us?
Sure.
We're counting on you. No one knows why they appeared all of a sudden. What are they after?
Right.
What's they? You can say the word goblins. You can reveal that they knew exactly what monster they were sending me against.
Need something?
I think my ideal version of this game would have 0 character advancement. Or it would, if it had character advancement, it would be scripted, and that the player would have no control over their loadout. They'd still be able to swap paradigms in battle, but you'd be provided a set number of paradigms for each individual fight. And so, like, part of it would be trying to solve what does the dev want me to do to beat this, right? I feel like they have to, like, smooth out a lot of the... They can't really have regular fights that require a specific debuff or a specific buff or whatever to survive, because they have to account for the fact that the player might not have, like, leveled up and might not have a monster or a character who has it yet. But the first, like, 4 hours or so of this game have sold me on this battle system. I think that it can be good. I just think it's incompatible with almost all the other systems that exist around it. And that incompatibility was really obvious in Final Fantasy 13-1, where, like, none of the battles worked, outside of, like, one that I can remember. It sounds like maybe Final Fantasy 13-1 is interesting when you're doing, like, the post-game 100% content, where you're trying to do literally everything, and so the combats do require that you have very specific loadouts and abilities. Base game never feels that way. Finally landing status effects, it seems like. Chocobo. Oh my goodness. Didn't expect that. It's the first Final Fantasy monster I recruited, right? I guess gremlins, some of these have shown up before, but lands, arguably. It's a commando, huh? Blitz, power chain. Keep trying these out here. I will use them eventually. Belga is resistance to status ailments. Okay. I really just want the end spells most of the time. Feels like the random battles are fast enough that doing anything defensive is kind of a waste of time. For now, I'm sure that they're good for boss fights and stuff. One of the enemies I wasn't supposed to fight that was dropping the orb items.
Doing well?
I don't think I've gotten very many more of them, right? Let's see. No, I haven't. I must have fought an enemy early.
Thanks for dealing with that little problem. Say, can I ask
Uncomfortably
you another
long
favor?
pause.
Some of my people are in desperate need of wool. Why don't you go and talk to the folk over there? They'll fill you in.
I heard you took care of our monster infestation.
At least we have towns.
Now that you've proven yourselves, I have another favor to ask of you. I need help collecting wool from the sheep wandering the plains.
Okay. Hey, it's a quest.
I appreciate whatever you can do to help. You'll come across some sheep bigger than the others. They're the ones you want. They have the best wool.
I have to recalibrate and remind myself, even if it's silly, it's at least something. I need to be grateful.
Hey.
Excuse me.
For generic, puts her hand out, interact animation. It's pretty normal. I think there's the exact same thing in Final Fantasy X. Is this a beatable enemy, or is this the one that was kicking my ass?
Time to die. Enjoy! Time to die.
Try to kill the ads. Oh, I think Thundaga is like launching them or something. Maybe that's why I'm able to win eventually. Why is this guy never casting in Frost? There it is. feel like getting rezzed or something.
Enjoy! Time to go.
I feel like I'm doing something wrong in these fights. Or they're like way above my level, but I can't tell. You can kill the ads. Maybe that's the better strategy. Like, is the big guy spawning more ads during the fight? Spawn 5 more with all the buffs, okay. I think I beat them once by just like putting pressure on constantly. Do end spells only apply to physical attacks? Don't you dare Choco Cure.
Excuse me.
I can do the goblins.
This'll show you.
Let's see. I was wondering if it was like it just does extra damage as opposed to it being just making your normal attack an element. When you hit, it also adds a little bit of added effect base damage. Goblins also a command.
What is it?
It's a good question.
Thank you so much. The quality of this roll is amazing.
Song sounds like the
Here's a little something for your trouble.
Metal Gear Solid
Only
3
the
title
best hunters
screen.
Can run around these plains without a care in the world. Maybe, just maybe, you two can save us from the peril hanging over our heads.
You two are lifesavers. I have to say I'm proud to be a fellow hunter.
Goblins, intelligent carnivores. I don't have any stomachs. Okay. Some of those fragments are pretty high value, like extra lore. Some of them are just like jokes. I need her to just like only cast Thundaga. I guess I could try manually casting with her. They're doing auto battle. There's no cursor memory in this, right? I can't tell it I can tell it to not default to auto chain, but I can't tell it to default to a specific spell in the spell drop down, right? I feel like this zone having a lot of different enemies of varying levels of difficulty works if they all just like spawn on the map, but if they like pop into existence randomly, it's harder to tell that you're in a level that's not, you know, intended for you right now. Still just a sliver. I think it gave me stuff earlier than it was supposed to. I'm not sure. I think one of these fights I got into is a higher level enemy, and I happened to just defeat them by locking them down with Thundaga or something. What does Boon do? And Frost that I was here for. Guess I have some time to cast it while I wait for the ATB bar to fill. Actually knock this guy up, it seems like. Can you land in peril, please? I'd really appreciate it if you try. If I start to hear the violin in this song, I'm fucking up. Something I missed? There's nothing there. Yo. How was I supposed to know to do it if it wasn't marked on the map?
Too easy.
It's a bomb. Final Fantasy XI strategy. Fight bombs and goblins and get them to blow themselves up for XP. Although that time I think it gave me less because they self-destructed. I don't know.
Nice timing.
Thank you.
I wonder if Death Scythe is less of an ass ability like the end game. It seems like this monster keeps getting abilities all the way up to like level 70. Unlike most of the other ones I've encountered. Here it does apparently nothing.
Too easy.
I like the idea of you having access to wound as the player. Yeah, I agree.
Need something?
Probably should get a different healer. Mostly been because of like upgrade momentum that I haven't swapped. Cheer Kira Asuna. I have more of these. It's 26 for Asuna. I think that's maybe better than Ketchi. It's like some monsters, their baseline is higher, right? So like a level 20, this monster is potentially better than a level 30 Ketchi. The baseline isn't displayed anywhere. Did I miss something? And just tell me, I mean, if it's not something I'm supposed to be able to find on my own.
Something on your mind?
Did you learn to fight like that while you traveled?
What? Okay. Okay. That's weird as hell. So what is this supposed to do? Like, I need it for progress to spawn something in, or?
We've learned what's behind that storm. There's a monster prowling the grasslands that's taking all the flan. The beast.
Yeah, there are 2 levers can be on or off before possible combos.
And when it does, it kicks up that storm we've been seeing.
A beast that can swallow dozens of flan in one go? No, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Well, it's not connected, but we should bring it there.
If there are flan here, I'll bet you my favorite bone that there's some connection to the giant flan back in Sunlight.
Maybe the flan that are being swallowed by the monster here are being sent through time to Sunlight.
It's a definite possibility.
That's not what I thought they were going with this, but okay.
Check it out, right?
I thought it was like, oh, we need to take this one back to Sunlithos to eat it.
No other explanation. They're being sucked into a time rift.
And then
Drink.
they're reappearing back at Sunlith.
Jesus Christ.
Right. If we can take down this beast, we can stop the giant flan from getting any bigger.
God, this game is dumb. Future Marstead, you gotta go kill a dragon thing over there, I guess. Good luck. Occam's Razor jumps to, a monster has a time rift in its stomach. I love that our characters just know that's true immediately. Save again.